All right. We're going to do a quick peek here for something on the workshop. What I'm curious about is if I can find a good set of rocks to make kind of a waterfall with. I'm just curious if somebody has something. There's a lot of fucking nothing here, man. How do these work? These, like, environmental installs? How do these even work? As an object. Mount Hammond. Like, I'm wondering if, like, do you have to put the water in yourselves or something? Like, how do these actually function? Playing a lot of Monster Hunter Stories 3 over the last few days. I've been playing a lot of Slay the Spire 2. That's what I've been up to. Somebody's got a culvert. Waterfall not included, yeah. Okay, I want to just grab one of these. None of these are like what I'm looking for. I want to see how this works. I don't want to spend a bunch of time looking for like the perfect environmental thing just to find out that like the blueprint is just like the rocks or something that go with it. All right. Really need to purge these. All right, so this is what's marked as a waterfall. Yeah, see, it's just the rocks, right? Like if I chuck this in over here. Okay. So that answers my question. So I suppose every time you download like an exhibit design somebody's done, it's only the decorative part of the exhibit too, which makes those very underwhelming as far as them being usable goes. Why are you mad? What is going on here? Ground fiber water. It must just be because you were freshly released. And you have not moved yet to where you should be. Do we only have the two? Thought we put out three. Maybe one was angry with us or something. With the juvenile. Oh yeah, and you're being treated, or we're being treated. Or we're... yeah. Okay, well, I want to do a redesign of this exhibit, because this exhibit's, can be better, let's say. Now, we don't exactly have a lot of cash. So maybe I should wait. Maybe we need to consider that first. Total income 30, 30, 30. Welfare is at 87. Are these guys going to move by the water at all? Oh, no, there are three. Okay. Let's get this guy back then. Park rating contract. We're not really all that close. Let's grab a new one. Corythosaurus. Profit per minute or people in park. Maybe that one will work. Don't know. Oh yeah, no, it just instantly completed itself. That's cool. Great.
Our hard work in the background means that the dinosaurs get to be center stage. And that was some hard work right there.
Alright, we're gonna
If an animal is under stress,
try and get
we
these
need
guys to
know
find water.
why. Solve the underlying issue, and the rest will take care of itself.
Fuck. Where are those guys? Yep, that way. You need to go that way, please? Go to the water. It doesn't seem like they will listen to me. But they are moving anyway, so this should be fine. Go. There we go. Holy shit, can I kill Epic right now? Exit. Fuck off, Epic. Thank you, goodbye. Okay, so we put this parking lot in here with the cars. This is still probably pretty good. Territory system is still pretty dumb? Yes. Yes, it is rubbish. Just objectively sucks. It's exactly the same system from the last game where it sucked. But now it's worse because it involves juvenile dinosaurs. We're going to get rid of these trees. We're going to put these back in when we remodel this. These are all, like, separate things here. So for now, these are just obstructions that get in the way of us doing stuff. I do like these pretend trees. So I will at least strongly consider putting them back in. Is this a real tree? Yeah, that's a real tree. They don't look perfect. Maybe if we, like, put them back in, but then we, like, obscure them a little bit with some more, like, brush around them, they'd look a little bit better. Well, we have $1 million. You know what? Maybe we can just go ahead and do this. So what I want to do is I want to set up a new temporary enclosure to move these guys to while we rebuild this one, and then we'll airlift them back in. So why don't we do... we'll just put a gallery here. Actually, this is a hotel. I could just use the hotel. Alright, we're just gonna... This is probably excessive, but it's fine. Why is a fence broken? Did a Protoceratops seriously just break out after all that? Are you joking, dude? You can break a fence? You're a Protoceratops. I hate that too. I hate that shit. They've been above 70% for like 30 seconds and they still break out. So no, we can't have every vegetation brush on every map. Yeah, the brush, like, it's weird. Especially because they can clearly add brushes, because they added the one during the Dinochirus update. Hey, Mutasaurus, welcome to the stream. It's like, why did we not start the game with a bunch of brushes, you know? I hate this, too, that I can't, like, queue up the repair if the animal is standing in front of the fence. I can't even, like, automatically send the maintenance team over. Very annoying. Yeah, this escape might cost us $50. It doesn't, yeah. See, that's the thing, right? It doesn't matter that this happened. This is completely irrelevant. It's just annoying. It's just an annoyance. Just like everything in 3 that, like, makes any move towards difficulty, it all just ends up being annoyances. And none of it ends up being consequential. Like, none of it invokes interesting gameplay. It's all just inconvenient. Yeah. Yeah, the modular plants kind of suck too. Like, it's good to have the option to place a plant like modularly, like wherever you want manually, but like that sucks. It's super tedious. So the brushes would definitely be way better. All right, holding pen is go. Should probably get a gate in here now rather than later. And now we could redo this. We're going to keep, like, the same rough profile. I might put a new viewing gallery down here at the bottom. I was thinking about this. Like, visually, like, there's a slight visibility gap here, but it's not enough that we really need it. But I think the idea I have for this exhibit, it would actually make sense to have a second gallery.
Some dinosaurs have a bias towards needing authority. The alpha tends to take that role. An organized group of dinosaurs can be a dangerous one, so we should keep an eye on this.
You need fiber and leaf and cover. Okay. What are my thoughts on the new Hammond Collection reveals? Underwhelming. Some people are really angry about the Indominus and really nitpicking it to death. I don't really care about the Indominus anyway, but I think they're being a little excessive on that. I don't think it's as bad as they make it out to be. Especially the color complaint. Like, the Indominus has been presented as ranging anywhere between white and gray plenty of times. So I don't know why people are getting bent out of shape now that it's just kind of grayish. Also, it's like hard to tell with a particular image if it's lighting versus like genuinely a weird color. So I think the best one is like the Dilo, which is kind of insane. I think the Mutodon is probably easily the worst. That Mutodon looks like dog shit. The Mutodon kind of always looks like dog shit. We did an expedition for something, I think. Yes. Okay, let's start the video so we can get this stuff going. Welcome back to Smithsonian's National Zoo Park build, where we are making the Smithsonian National Zoo from Washington, D.C., but it's a dinosaur park. We have some fossils here. I'm not going to process these yet because it's just 5 pips. Not really worth the effort. Struthi's here with Edmonto. I think I had a mono on my list. I'd have to go back and check. No, I don't. I have a Iguanodon. I remember. That's fine, though. Let's do you, yeah. Then while that's going, I think I kind of just want to stock money here, honestly. We're doing a redesign of this enclosure. Not substantially, but I want to actually make it look like something inside, and I have an idea for how I want to design it. But in order to make that work, I need to move the animals out of here. So we're airlifting them over here to a temporary holding pen. We got the hotel to provide visibility there with the watering hole. So hopefully we can do all right still, keep afloat, make money while I work on this. And yeah, somebody mentioned the pigs in the park, that there was 2 of the like the Red River hogs or whatever. And yeah, I saw that, but I also saw a discussion about when the Africa Trail reopens in 2026, there being warthogs on it, which is why I included them. Now, I should look into that and figure out if that's just people blowing smoke out their ass or if there's actually something to that. But that's a problem for after we get this stuff sorted out. So yeah, I need to get these guys out of here and then just do that. So the plan here, I'm thinking a 2-tiered exhibit with like a little cliff and a waterfall so that the animals can like loop up around and back down, right? And then just the cliff is kind of here in the middle. And then we can have this side still be this like gentle slope, and then we can flatten all this out here over to here. Then we can have like a steeper slope coming down to here, maybe. We'll see how it works out. exactly. But is it snowing? Damn. Alright. I mean, fucking art follows real life, I guess, huh? I will take the money, thank you. Struthy, Struthy. Struthy and Struthy. These are our ostriches, of course. 100% genome data. Nice. I'll probably wait and breed these once we can put them in their exhibit. What else did I want here? Antelopes, right? There are various antelopes or antelope-adjacent fellas in the Africa Trail. Kudu or whatever the fuck they are. So Dryosaurus to me always feels like a deer. So I think, like, in my mental headcanon for, like, let's talk about this. For, like, what animals are analogs to real animals, right? I like the idea of having kind of rules established so that if we do another real park build, we kind of follow the same logic we established in this park build. So, like, obviously carnivores like big cats and wolves and bears. Well, maybe not so much bears, but carnivores and big cats are traditional theropods. Bears are a pretty good analog for, like, Spinosaurids, right? Is these, like, piscivores, but not, like, obligate piscivores, right? Because bears eat fish, but they also eat plenty of other things. That kind of thing. Hadrosaurs, to me, especially the quadrupedal Hadrosaurs, feel like horses and stuff. Ceratopsids are a good analog for bovids. Cows, wildebeest, that kind of shit. And yeah, Drosaurs is deer adjacent animals, and ornithomimosaurs are your big birds or ostriches and stuff like that. And so the problems I'm having with this park was, how do I do pandas? I decided pandas should just be Asian stegosaurids because it makes sense. They're herbivorous animals from Asia. It's fine. Also, there are some pretty good white and black stegosaurid patterns. Maybe I don't remember which animals had the best ones, but maybe Chung has a good one. I'd have to check. The other problem is elephants. To me, elephants should be like Nigrosaurus. I think that's the best analog, is a small sauropod. But we don't have those because Frontier is evil. So I'm thinking I might do like Sauropelta for an elephant stand-in, because like I don't know where else we would ever use any ankylosaurids, honestly. So it's a chance to like use something like that, but I don't love it. And yeah, and then I think like the Centrosaurians, anything with like the nose horn would be like rhino stand-in, and then the brow horn specific ones like Nasudo are the ones that are more cow-like. That's kind of my headcanon on it. So I think that's what we're gonna go with. I mean, it's definitely hardest to find an analog for like Thyreophorans in general. They're very unlike any modern animals. Stegosaurids especially are just wacky animals, strange fellas. So yeah. Which is to say, I was going to click the Dryosaurus research node, and then I forgot what I was doing and yammered on. We should click this, actually. That's probably good. Boom. So, where did this information come from? Also, did I not do the airlift on these guys? Oh, these ones are still being sedated. That's my bad. Well, social's turned off anyway, so it doesn't matter. Let's see here. Let's take a second to investigate this. Ah, yeah, okay. So this information came from a Wikipedia edit, I think, that is no longer there. I think somebody thought there were warthogs. I think I understand what happened here. This is why you check your sources, you know? Okay, so I was told there were like 2 hogs. There's also island hogs. I don't know where these guys are supposed to be. Spanish pigs from Osabo Island. Not sure what their shtick is. The other question is, the hogs that do exist, are they 2 females? Or is there a male? I did look at the articles about the hogs, which is how I got the name. Remodeling is not even started yet, but we got the animals moved out. I'm just researching the warthogs quick again. Or the lack of warthogs, I guess. Yeah, there's Bobby. Right, snacks for otters and hogs and buckets of ice so they cool off while they forage for food. Interesting. Yeah, some enrichment stuff would be good too. We could look for something like that. Put some buckets in here. All right, let's get this started. So what we're going to do, let's strip out the water first. Step 1, no water. Step 2, what if we go ahead and we kill this area? What is this? Is that my... Oh, that is a single surviving tree chunk from the decorative trees we had. Kill those. You know what? Kill this. Just get this out of here. The rest of that up there is going to stay. We're going to put a secondary viewing thing here just for vibes. What did I do up top? Did I do the Jurassic Park one? Wait. Is this... No. Oh, no, that's the same one. I didn't look the same when I was looking at the small icon. Okay. The Jurassic Park aesthetic, I think, looks good for this. Maybe we cut this off here, roughly. And we do something like this, and then like that. Seems good to me. Alright. We could try to do something better with this path here, which is kind of shit. The way that, like, angled out there. Yeah, maybe I want to try and make this a little bit better. This is kind of dog shit. I don't know. It's really hard to get the path to, like, not look like shit when it's multiple lengths wide and you're curving it. I don't know if that's any better than what we really had before. It's not bad, because I can like do some sort of like little plaza thing here to kind of conceal. What is my least favorite aesthetic of the franchise? We're talking like with buildings and stuff, like the general vibe. I don't know, Jurassic World? But I think Jurassic World's aesthetic is kind of designed to be bad, right? Because they're going for that kind of like corporatized zoo vibe, right? So I don't know if it's even fair to like judge it in the same way. If I do this, I mean, we can just kind of headcanon that the path does shrink down in size. It's not even that bad. I think that looks better than what was there before, maybe. It does curve weirdly in here, though. But I think this is already a problem here, yeah. Not sure. Maybe if we do something weird like this. That's not bad for maintaining width there, I would say. Maybe that's the trick. Well, this gets pretty bad now. But it kind of curves in the other way anyway. Surprised I didn't mention Manticore. I honestly didn't even think of Manticore. I'm going to be real with you. Which is probably the most damning situation. When they don't even register consideration. Okay, I mean, I guess I just continue that straight there. That seems fine. Okay, I mean, that's a much better way to do it. You put the one side in first, then you put the far side, then you fill in the middle. And then you have a fairly consistent length. Good, good, good. We know a better way going forward to do this. This is still... Let's just kill this. We do this, and then we do this guy, and then we do this guy, and then we kill this, and then this can connect back over to where it was, and now we got this little set of connections there to build off of. Perfect. Okay, great. So, next thing to do is to figure out our space. So, we're going to do... What are we going to do? Exactly. Something like this. Let's clear the vegetation entirely. Just get it out of the way. While we're brewing. Also, we got this little gap here. I could try to make this like a cheetah pen, because I don't really have a plan for the cheetahs per se. And they're on the Africa Trail. I think they're supposed to kind of be part of like offset on the main section. Like the cheetahs you could see. Even though when I was here at the real zoo, even though the Africa Trail is closed, you could still see the cheetahs because they were like right next to the path. But I'm not sure, like, on the look at the map, like what the arrangement of this side path is to like the cheetah pen. I don't really know if it's in front or behind it. So yeah. So that hates me being near the hatchery there. That's like too far over. Okay, that'll work if I go like there. Roughly. Okay, that's kind of what I'm looking for. No, you prick. Remove the water. Eh. All right, we're gonna do this ourselves, I think. So I want some rocks. Actually, let's do. We do temperate, right? You're too big. So I'm thinking like a flat upper section that slightly overhangs. It's kind of what I'm envisioning in my mind. Maybe this guy's a good rock for this. Let's do this. Something like that. You do. Trying to hit the red one a little bit. Hey George, welcome to the stream. Glad you're enjoying the content on YouTube. What are my thoughts on the challenge modes? I think they're awful. Will I replay them if they fix it? Probably, yeah. If I hear there's any substantial changes to management that propagate to affecting the challenge modes, then I probably will replay them to see how it goes. But I don't really expect that to happen. I think if anything, we'd get new challenge modes that were better tuned. And I think the old ones would kind of remain where they were as kind of an afterthought. Let's rotate this. Because there's kind of a face there. Maybe I want to pull this guy out further. I think we rotate this slightly towards us. About there. Less of an overhang. There's still a bit of an overhang. Disease free. You want custom challenge mode back? Yeah, custom challenge mode is a weird exclusion. Like, they already had it, you know? Why remove a thing they've already made? It's the same game. Fundamentally, internally, Jurassic World Evolution 3 is Jurassic World Evolution 2. I know this because I look at the files. That's how I turn back on dig site randomization, right? So anything they remove mechanically going from 2 to 3 is like baffling. It's just a weird decision to do. And that includes custom challenge mode. Like, it almost, in some sense, it already exists, right? Like, yeah, we need some more, like, stuff over here to, like, fill in the gap, but this is... This is getting there. This is close to what I'm thinking here. I'm thinking we need... Yeah, maybe these guys. Some rocks to, like, fill in these gaps here. So I'm going to just chuck 2 of these down. And we're going to manually move them into place, like this. Maybe like that. I think this does look better with, like, the rock. That way it's not just kind of flowing weirdly into this, like, terrain here. It's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think Evo 3 should have got delayed and released in 2026. I think I agree completely. I think it came out too soon. But I also get a distinct feeling that it came out as late as they could afford to have it come out, you know? Like, it felt like the game was delayed versus when you would expect it to come out, like with rebirth timing and stuff. So I just get this sense, this feeling, this gut feeling that they held off as long as the investors essentially would let them, or whatever. As long as they could afford to. Temperature. No, that's not what I want. I want to temper it. Stop dragging me away. No. Temperate www. W's, all too many W's. All right. Get me back in here. All right, so now I want to like raise the rock up here a little bit. So maybe this guy actually does kind of work. Then we grab like a different rock. I don't know what the first one was. Maybe this guy works. Put this one over here. Just to like continue to hide the shoreline a smidge up here. Yeah, exactly like that. So it kind of looks like it's just the water flowing around these rocks. We're going to plug this gap. I think you should be probably turned over. I can't tell which arrow. Yeah, blue one, probably. Alright. Hey, Primal Gamer. Welcome to the stream. You're making your Myasora habitat? So are we, technically. This is the reworked Africa Trail. We're putting in this split-level waterfall area. So there's a viewing area on top at the upper water hole, and then a viewing area at the bottom at the secondary watering hole, and then we're going to put rocks to make the cliff ledge look more like a cliff. That's kind of my idea. This is based on nothing from the real zoo, but since this is being renovated, I feel like I have free reign to make it look like something interesting, so I'm just going to do that. Then we're going to airlift the animals back in from over here. To be completely honest, you're disappointed on JWE3, George? Yeah, me too. Definitely I wasn't initially. I was initially very hyped. But the more I play it, the more disappointed I get. Because all I have is this. All I have is decorating. This game gives me, like, nothing else. There's no, like, selective breeding. You can't run any, like, really cool breeding programs. Breeding's super underwhelming. There's no difficulty inherent in the game. There's no custom challenge mode. Like, the economy's borked. The research trees are just consolidated and, like, have no thought put into them. They're copy-pasted between challenge modes and stuff. It's like, yeah. Like more realistic zoo fencing, you made an elephant cable fence on the workshop. That's an interesting consideration. Problem I have is decorative fences are like really tedious to place. I think what we're going to do is for any like big enclosures where we don't have any kind of specialty things forming the wall of the enclosure, we're just going to use base game fences. But if we have enclosures that are made out of like natural barriers, maybe then we look at using some decorative fences to like plug like the front, right? To make it look a little more interesting without it being super tedious, placing every individual section and lining them up. I think that would be a good compromise for that. So I think I like this. I think I'm happy with this. This waterfall. We got to plug this gap here though. So we need a little rock to plug in there. Half the roster is missing too? Yeah. Half the roster is gone, and half the roster we do have is like the most generic inclusions possible. Like a lot of the unique animals were cut, and then a lot of the generic samey ones were kept because they're the same. Because so many of the juveniles are just copy-pasted. They're like model edits of their adults, and then they're pasted to the same juvenile rigs. It's super underwhelming. But then if I say that I'd think Cryolophosaurus or Allosaurus looks like crap, the juvenile that is, I get attacked for it. Which isn't even to say that the Cryolophosaurus juvenile looks like crap. It just doesn't look like the same as the adult Cryolophosaurus. They look like the adult grows twice as many vertebrae in its neck as the baby does. And that just, like, it's clearly just rig reusing shit. I don't know why people get defensive about it. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. I like it. I even like this rock pointing up here a little bit at the water, the edge of the waterfall. That's got a good vibe to it. Yeah, I don't know why, like, when it came time to make the roster for this game, why, like, oh, let's put in Sauropelta and Notosaurus and cut Euoplocephalus. Like, why is the roster not first and foremost the animals that are the best in the categories? I guess because you want people to get hyped up by updates, but, like, it does make the roster feel disappointing, underwhelming. And then there's things like Amargasaurus and Nigersaurus being completely absent, like an entire category of animal that was wholesale cut. Like, I really want a small sauropod for this park, and I just don't have one. They just don't exist. And I'm just SOL on that. And that's annoying. Let's see if we can move just the natural ground here a little closer without having to, like, fill it in with rocks. If we mess up the waterfall, we'll have to reload. Like, Control-Z it. Okay, good. Good. Now I want more rock in here. But I think I'm pretty happy with this centerpiece. I think, like, the middle there, pretty good. Do you have a good park builder? We have waterfalls that look like crap half the time. The waterfalls did not live up to expectation either. That is true. That is quite the rock. They're good still, but yeah, they do look weird sometimes, occasionally. I feel like there's room for improvement. Alright, we're going to cap off these corners here with these guys. So, let's put you here. Exit out of here. Give me this rock. Let's turn this one over. So we're using the bottom side. Oops. God damn it. The bottom side looks pretty goddamn flat, actually. Let's do this, maybe? We tilt this up a little bit more like that. Like, I understand people who, like, the creative angle is what they care about. I can fully understand people like Evolution Square or whatever being super excited with 3, right? But that was never enough for me. Decorative things were always secondary to, like, you know, the animals and the management. So it's definitely a case of, like, the things I was looking for, the things that drew me into this franchise, those were the things that were left behind, and that's why I'm disappointed these days, relative to my initial hype. Let's try and put it a little deeper, maybe. Well, then that corner comes out. We can flatten it. We do that. And then we do this. Actually, let's undo that. Undo, undo, undo. Because I slightly changed the shape of the water, and I really like the shape of the water. As a creative player, you love it? Yeah, and I don't hold that fault against anybody. Like, that's totally understandable. It's just the fact that this one specifically catered towards that at the expense, I feel, at the expense of other things. Which isn't even necessarily the wrong decision from their point of view, right? Maybe their internal metrics were like, yes, the creative players is who we need to get. And if that's the case, like, that's totally fine, right? Yeah, if they put in Torosaurus, he'd probably have some ridiculous real dimorphism stuff going on anyway. He'd be crazy. Okay, how do I feel about that rock? That's not too bad. I mean, it's kind of like the rock being, it doesn't look natural because like you could see the texture, not the texture, but like the fracture points, like the fracture lines, the layers, the strata don't align. It looks like very artificial in that sense. I did like the way it kind of tilted up, but it doesn't match. See, that looks better, I think. I think I want to rotate this slightly, I guess like that, because the axis is crazy now. I think a little more this way. Because now the fracture lines are kind of aligned, and that looks... It's still a big jumble, but I don't even hate that angle of it. Well, then this up here looks completely different. I don't know about this rock. Maybe this one's ain't gonna be it. Let's try to get this side in here, and then we'll come back to the other side with a fresh point of view. Yeah, that looks all right to me. Yeah, and the thing is, like, I don't feel like we had to sacrifice challenge mode or, like, better animal breeding or improvements to animal AI just to get modular building. Like, we could have both. Yeah, there's definitely certain people, like, who can't really... who maybe struggle to recognize why some people would be disappointed, even though they're not. And it's just, like, there's different kinds of players, and you just gotta understand that. You can't be mad because a player who's, you know, looking for something different out of the game that they had in the last one is mad about this one. Like, they have that. That's a reasonable thing for them to feel. I think I like it. We need to take care of this right here. And, like, we got a lot of mileage out of JWE2 by me coming up with, like, weird challenges to do, like weird rosters or, like, you know, park concepts and trying to execute them with full economy and stuff and see if they would work under, you know, the standard difficulty settings. Whereas all I can do in 3, I feel like, is come up with another idea for something unique to build. And at least for me, I'm struggling a lot more with coming up with interesting ideas for things to build versus, like, the... you know, how I was able to come up with challenges in the previous game, right? And maybe part of that is just that I kind of did a lot of the challenges in 2 that I could. I was running a little light on, like, ideas for any more parks near the end there, so... oh, I'm on blueprints. I don't know. We're still early. There's still a lot of time for them to, like, do some interesting things to this game. We haven't really had much for free updates yet. So, I mean, if the free updates end up being as expansive as they were for JW2, I mean, JW2 was dog shit when it came out. If we're being honest, it was in pretty bad shape. Wait, okay, there we go. I could do this guy. It's getting a little small, though. Maybe... I mean, I could do one of these bigger rocks and just sink it down a lot more. Like, this guy's enormous, but, like, what if it's too big. It's just too big. And this was the one we used here, right? I think so. I could use, like, 2 of these, maybe? Let's go for this guy. That's a different one. Also, most of the new mechanics in the game are just kind of bad. Yeah, a little bit. Um, I'm actually kind of floored at how poorly executed breeding is. It like in my mind, when breeding was announced, when we knew juveniles were coming, the bare minimum thing that I could think of for animal breeding would be, hey, if you have animals that have genes, those genes should pass to the kids. But it doesn't work that way. The babies just use the same genes from the hatchery. Whatever the adults, like whatever full spread the adults were bred with, is what the babies get. Instead of you being able to like pass down specifically the genes that were expressed in the individual animal, it's single-handed. That decision single-handedly removes the possibility of running any interesting breeding programs. Juveniles just exist for the bonus to their scores and nothing else. And it's just like you could have done so much more, man. I just don't know why they didn't, you know? Let's take a look at it without the outline, shall we? Almost there. I think if we just rotate it a little bit more towards us, it's pretty good. We need to blend it a little bit more, but I'm pretty okay with it. So I'm thinking just try to line it up a little bit more with the other rock. I can't tell what I'm doing. Yeah, about like there, I'm thinking. Now it sticks out pretty far on this side, though. Ugh. I wish the, if I like exit and reset the axis, it'd be nice if it was, well, maybe that's what this is, huh? Axis toggle local. Whoops. Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't had a hint for the animal yet. I checked it before stream. I was like, surely there's been some sort of sign of what the next animal is, right? Nope, nothing. So if we do axis toggle global, yeah, okay, that's what I'm looking for. I want to rotate from here, basically. So maybe this is actually the axis I kind of want. That looks kind of like a different rock, you know? Maybe part of that's the fracture pattern on this rock doesn't, like, vibe with me. What if we turn this guy all the way upside down? Flat, but not the flattest. Stop sucking me over to the gate. What was the idea when cooking up the attraction appeal modifier? That to me feels like something that they kind of threw in on a whim and forgot about, and it just made it into the game. It feels like an experiment somebody was doing for like trying to improve management, and then just nobody else noticed it was in the game. Because there's like very little stuff in the game that actually tells you or points out that that's a thing. Like, it's hard to even notice it's a thing, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Ooh, I like that this lined up. This looks good. This less so. Maybe we put a rock in front there to make that look different. But the fact that these kind of like aligned is kind of crazy. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's just strange. Yeah, the cosmetics transferred to the juveniles primal is also complete nonsense. The fact that they changed variants is very frustrating. That feels like that should have been caught day one and been like definitely not a thing. Because that nobody would want to do that. Nobody in their right mind probably ever wanted the juveniles to inherently switch cosmetic sets, right? Like, if there was a toggle to allow you to do it, yes, but the fact that the default is they just spontaneously switch variants, it's like, no, bad, awful. All right, so we need a little bit here. I think this looks fine up here. So we had those, like, big flat rocks, so maybe that's a good one to use. Like, this guy? No. This guy? No. This guy? No. Is this the guy? Kinda. This guy's pretty big. How about this one? I don't think that one does what I want it to. Maybe if we resized it, it'd be fine. I think I'm gonna go with this guy and just shrink it way down under the ground. When do I think I'll watch the dinosaurs? I forgot to talk to my girlfriend and see if she wanted to watch it with me. Because we have watched a documentary in the past. So it's best for me to check. But yeah, I mean, it's not going to be this week, I don't think. Beyond that, hard to say. Yeah, I like a lot of the Frontier designs over the franchise ones for sure. I mean, like, even for franchise animals I like well enough, like the Allosaurus, I still like the Frontier design more, which is pretty funny. He's a big lumpy boy up top. I'm not a fan of that. Maybe we do one of the old end for ends. He's very flat, so that's not going to be it either. I don't think this rock is it. I don't think this rock does it for me. It's too... I want something a little flatter. Something a little flatter, but still with some, like, texture on the side, you know? And yes, this is going to be the first hour of the fucking stream. What's with Allosaurs just getting their shit fucked up all the time? I hit temperature again instead of temperate. It's like a trope, like a paleo trope, that there's always got to be some poor Allosaurus who's having a bad day. I could throw this rock up here, actually. Let's do this. Because this is a little flat. So if we take this guy, and we just kind of move him down, like that, maybe. Just add a little texture up here. I like it. Just a little extra, you know, stuff going on. This is what I wish the rock brush was, by the way. All these little, like, boulders that propagate across the hillside don't look as good as a proper cliff. Like, it'd be kind of nice if this was how the rock brush would actually paint a ledge. Jurassic episode wasn't very good. Disappointing. The built different lizard. Maybe this guy. There's not much going on with this rock, but it doesn't need that much going on with it. It just needs to cover this hillside and look correct to me. Don't hate it, but I don't love it. Let's rotate this bitch. Why does this reset back to local? Goofy. Okay. I don't hate it. Yeah, no, that's all right. We should put like a little rock here in the middle, but then I think it's good. Oops. Oh, well, you're being very fiddly, aren't you, Rock? Yeah, okay. Jesus, why did it lag when I went through the fence? What was that? Yeah, there's like a camera lag when you're near the fence. That's weird. We do have evidence of an owl that took a thegamizer to the nuts and walked that off. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of theropod injuries, right? Isn't Allosaurus also like statistically high in terms of like the injuries that have been observed? Isn't that like a thing? Or maybe I'm thinking of like something else that takes a lot of has a lot of paleo. What's the term for it? There's like a term for that. Paleopathologies. That's what I'm looking for. I did temperature again, dude. This guy could work. Maybe. Although this, like, seam here, I mean, it kind of meshes with this, like, cragginess here. Maybe this works. I might be okay with that. I think that's not bad. All right, almost done. Now we gotta cover up this little spot. And then I think we're good. Scale of like 65 to Bristol Plant Season 1 to say the Jurassic episode is a Turok 2008. I have played Turok 2008. Interesting choice for the analogy. I kind of prefer the global axis. I wish this would stay defaulted to global. I feel like that would be nice. Am I the only one who feels that way? So this rock is not nearly big enough. That's too big. Like that, maybe. Almost. Plug that gap with a rock, maybe? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we just grab like almost any temperate rock to throw in this little gap here. Sorry, Felix, I don't add anybody on Discord as a rule. Discord ads are rife with scammers. It's not worth the effort to add anybody ever. Also, even if I did add you, I would never talk to you. Now. Nope. 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 Sir, can I have my rock back? No? Okay, that rock is just it's part of the world now. It's not accessible. We can do this. That we do. Nope, something in there was that rock still, and I couldn't fucking tell what it was. Alright, well, never mind. I was just gonna try and move it. Why you gotta be like this? Alright, that works. Sure. And then I think a little something over here is still needed. Don't have a decently complete specimen of an owl that lacks injuries? Yeah. The whole crew is just out there fighting. Sure. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's from those trees. What is this guy? Is this part of the hatchery? Look at that. That is part of the hatchery down there. There's like tree roots and trunks. Interesting. Like that, I'm a Jurassic Park fan. There's a completely ignorant to paleontology. Yeah, I mean, I liked dinosaurs before Jurassic Park was out. I liked dinosaurs since I was like fucking 4 or something. Probably like dinosaurs back in the 80s. There's definitely, you know, a period of time where paleontology was a thing that was interesting as a career prospect before I gotta fix this. This looks gross before I moved away from that. I could also just maybe smooth this corner out here. Maybe it'll look fine if I do that. And then we don't have to try and, like, fight with this as much. I mean, it looks fine already. It's only when you get really close that you can even see there's still a little bit of curved terrain there. It's, like, not bad. Yeah. Alright. Alright, solid. We just gotta fix literally just this spot. It's easier just to throw another rock in there, I think. Temperate rock, give me this guy. Just want to plug that little bit of that seam there, basically. Yeah, that works, I think. Yeah. Okay. Alright, well, here we are, like, an hour later. This is our exhibit. This is the bones of our exhibit. A nice split-level exhibit where the animals hopefully can venture between the two levels. Viewing gallery at the bottom to look at this watering hole. Viewing gallery at the top to look at this watering hole and whatever else. Now, we're going to decorate this with the baobabs that we grabbed from the workshop. So we got 3 different sets of baobabs that people have done. We got big one. I think big one goes right here. And I think we got this group here can kind of go kind of here. Something like this. Maybe. They're a little bit elevated, huh? Ooh, these are going to be hard to maneuver. Let's undo those. Let's put them... Let's do it... We put them over here more. We, like, align them with where we want them to be, essentially, right? But we put them away from the rocks, like this. And then we drag and move them over. Perfect. And then we can sink them down into the ground properly. I think about there. A little fine-tuning of the position. I notice this little fella here appears to have escaped from somewhere. Probably off the top of one of the trees. Just delete it. It's fine. They're not seamless, but I still like them. I still think it's a fun vibe having these at the top of the cliff. It looks better the further you are away from it. Like, I think this looks pretty cool, like looking at the cliff with those trees above there silhouetted against the horizon. And then we have 2 little ones, yeah. So why don't we put these guys, like, here, roughly? Sure, maybe just, like, right like that. Like, one by the waterway. Oh, we just gotta delete the, platform, which I can only assume is there to show you, like, ground level or something, right? I think that works. I like it. If we're in the thing, yeah, you could like see the trees up there.
The appropriate information will be automatically.
And if you're over here, Yeah. All right. Now, we got to talk about the pigs. Yeah, the warthogs don't exist. The warthogs, the source of the warthog thing, I figured it out. Internet sleuthing. It was an edit somebody made to the Wikipedia page that has since been erased. So we should have 2 red ones probably. So I think for now, we probably keep these, and then in daylight, maybe I keep the brown one. I decide brown is close enough to red. I think this one is probably fine. And we get rid of the darker one. That way we still have that reddish vibe for the hogs. What is the arid plus forest brush for this map? For temperate? Let's check. Arid. There isn't one. You just don't get one. It just doesn't exist. Instead, you have, what, 4 forest brushes? 5, 6? 6 forest brushes, including bamboo, actually. I didn't even realize there was a bamboo brush. We're going to have to use that. That's actually pretty sick. We'll use this a lot on the Asia Trail, I think. I mean, obviously, right? Okay, so hopefully I didn't undo my tree. Yeah, they're good. Okay, let's get these guys sedated and moved over. And while that's happening, we can get started on some Struthies as the ostriches. I have no read whatsoever. Okay, that's maxed out on how many ostriches there ought to be in the park. So let's take a look. We're going to go ahead and max out Humble on everything, always, forever. You know what? Here's the problem with Struthia Minus. This pattern is literally based on a naked emu. Or like a juvenile, or like a baby emu or something. I think it's a naked emu. I think it's an emu when the feathers fall off, they have these stripes still, right? I remember this being a thing. But it's literally the ostrich mimic. So like it should be the ostrich, but it should also be the emu. It could literally be both. Like there's nothing wrong with using it as both. This is whiter, right? Because this is some fucking blue pattern. So why is the black one actually the white one? Do we go... I mean, ostriches are more black than they are white. I think we do this for ostrich. Ooh, brown females. Yeah, what is it? Hold on. I'm gonna look up ostrich pictures. BRB. I'm gonna Google ostrich babes for like 5 minutes. Actually, let's check the Smithsonian's page for the ostriches. Ornithomimus is going to be the Rheas. Rheas? How do you say that? I have no idea. The other big bird. But the Rheas are in like the aviary section. So it also makes sense to me to have the feathered one be over there with like the oviraptors and the pterosaurs. Red River hogs are underrated animals. Yeah, I've never even seen one. You traded them so that your bonobo habitat got an expansion. Interesting. Like Pokemon cards, huh? This animal is currently not on exhibit. Yep. Okay, yeah, the females are mostly brown. So we should do both just to have different vibes, 100%. Okay, let's see then. So this guy, this could be our male. This probably works. And then we got to do, yeah, like brown and white for the other ones, I guess. Sleep habitat, social. Herd of ostriches has one dominant male, one dominant female. Okay. Meet our new ostrich, Linda. Okay, we got an article about an ostrich named Linda. Let's check these ostrich articles out. See what we can figure out. about the actual zoo's ostriches. Newest resident of the Cheetah Conservation Station towers over her Cheetah, Red River Hog, and Sitatuonga neighbors. Meet Linda. Bison ground hornbills, Rupel's griffin, vultures. Yeah, I don't think we're going to do the birds. Oh, interesting. So this article is from 2022, and this article says you were jump scared in your Google search by ostrich cock. Well, it's a good thing I wasn't Rhea's. Okay. It's a good thing I wasn't directly Googling. I was checking the Smithsonian page first. So I take this article to mean that prior to 2022, they didn't have ostriches. And Linda's the first one. It has been many years since we have worked with a large flightless bird. Zoogors may fondly remember our late emu Darwin, who seemed to enjoy watching visitors. So, yeah, the ostrich was new as of 2022. Let's check the second article. This is from 2022 as well. Should we do just one? I mean, it does say ostriches are solitary. Or can be solitary, rather. Look at the adorable mess that is baby ostrich is. Alright, let's look up a baby ostrich. Female Shruti will be brown, yes. Oh yeah, the baby ostriches definitely have that, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? They got that vibe. I've seen baby emus before, so the baby ostriches are giving me baby emu vibes. You have to say 3. I mean, I'm trying to match the real thing as much as I can without knowing if there's more than one ostrich. And knowing that in 2022 there was definitely only one ostrich and the trail still hasn't opened since then, I'm inclined to do just a single one, which is a little weird. It feels weird having just one, but I kind of like it because it feels weird having just one, you know? The question is, how brown do we feel they are? They still got white, but it's really like white on the legs. If we do blank, do we have a pattern that's kind of counter shaded decently? Like this, but brown would be pretty good. Ooh, maybe the Amazon one is a good one, because it's still very light here on the bottom. I feel like it should be a darker brown, though. Yeah, I mean, like, it does feel wrong to not have a male for the ostriches. So maybe we do, like, one male and a few females. And then we just name the one Linda because we know there's a Linda. Like, they're pretty dark brown. Yeah. I think this is way too, like, light. Maybe this one? Maybe just Great Sandy? That's probably okay. Let's look at it with a pattern. I think blank, honestly, for the females. I think that is what we do. Yeah, and then we get the high contrast here on the male, even though it's not like appropriately like the wings and stuff. It still gives them a vibe, you know? I think this is about the best we can do. What was next to Solar? So light green. And then a very dark chocolatey one, maybe. Unless we think we should do Limpopo. Do we think Limpopo is a better one than Great Sandy? Like, there's still... They're not like deep chocolate brown. Like, gray brown is a good way to describe them, I think. And I think this one is a better color. I think I'm gonna lock that in. You think Limpopo? I think it's too dark. Also, I like that this one has the lighter underbelly, whereas this one almost is yellow. Like this doesn't look right to me. Having the yellow there, kinda. Because the ostriches, the females still have like white on their limbs and stuff. Yeah, I'm feeling great, Sandy. I think you're outvoted, Rugops. 2-1. Okay, these are our ostriches. We're doing some females with this Great Sandy and blank. One of these will be named Linda, which is apparently the only ostrich that was in the zoo as of 2022. Since, of course, we're doing a version of the zoo where the Africa Trail is open and accessible, theoretically, there might be more ostriches. I mean, there already might be more ostriches in the zoo. I don't know. I can't find that information. So I think we'll do a few. We'll just make sure we have a Linda, and then we'll have one male, maybe. So that we can have kind of the more traditional black and white vibe for one of them. So maybe like 3, maybe 4. I don't know. And then while that's cooking, let's get Dryosaurus going. Which is this dig site. Alright. Do you think Struthiomimus has gotten progressively worse each game? I think I probably agree, maybe. Definitely, like it's definitely outshined by Ornithomimus at this point. Humble social, humble social, humble social, humble social. Okay, so we got all sorts of fellas that are good. Literally every single one of these guys rolled social, but it might have been a 75%. So resilient, non-skittish. So maybe this is our... Oh yeah, shit, I don't have... Okay, question. Science experiment. I forgot that males are not enabled. If we temporarily turn off research, is it too late? I forgot to change this. I was going to change this for this week, and I just kind of forgot. So if I do this, and I go here... That makes no sense. That is... The fact that I can do that is very silly. All right, and then we're going to take, I guess, these 2 skittish ones, 3 skittish ones, or I skipped this one and we hatch 4. Let's do 4, I guess. 3 females and 1 male. How about that? All right, cool. Two females that aren't skittish, and we make another match. The skittish shouldn't really matter, though, so... Like, it's a small enough exhibit, skittish isn't going to cause any problems. Also, I already hit the button, so it's too late. Research. Back on. All right, Moyo. Let's put them up here first, I think. Grab the named ones. And get over there, Bobby. Now, Protoceratops 2. Do I want to get rid of my one proto? Limpopo and Yukon. I'm going to wait till daylight because I still am not... I want to see them. I want to compare them and see if I believe the brown one is close enough to red that I'm okay with it.
Asset has been collected. Transporting asset. Setting additional task. Understood. Asset has been transported. Asset has been delivered. Transportation.
Yeah, we don't intend to breed them. It's just, there's like apparently 2 pigs in the park, right? The warthog thing was a Wikipedia edit that was wrong. And we have 3 protos. We should only have 2. That's all. So I should technically get rid of one. Alright, so I think I want to, like... probably put the plants in around here, I would say. So maybe we do a little bit of conifer woodland to start with. We use that to like blend with the trees. No, that just like kind of conceals the trees. Like that doesn't really achieve the look we really want, I would say. We'll do just like some fibrous woodland and stuff. Maybe some ground leaf. All right, and then the Myosora. All right, now you just need your ground nuts. We can throw this kind of in around here a little bit. And then we, did we not need cycads? Did I put them in, like, kind of as a mistake? Yeah. I think fibrous plants have always had, like, a waterfront vibe. They always remind me a little bit of, like, reeds and stuff. Yeah, we got to put the seed plants, or no, we got to put the seed plants in. Now we need some cover, so maybe we do... I mean, I could do... What if we do regular woodland? I kind of like that. I like the little... more bushy. You're too big. I think I like the idea of keeping the baobabs as kind of the biggest trees in here. So I think by doing this, like keeping it kind of near the fence, we can kind of scatter some small ones. Does the zoo website not say population numbers? Not for everything. I'm like looking at the animal search, and sometimes it's like we have 2 of these animals. Like they have some of the animal pages have meet the animals where it like tells you this one is this one, this one is this one, this one is this one. But some of the other ones are just like we have this animal and that's it. 2:15 a.m. You're gonna go. All right, catch you later, George. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Generally use calamites as horsetails. Yeah, that works too. I think this one tree here is fine. All right, that's probably a good start. We got a few other animals coming in here, so we don't want to overdo it. And then let's kill this water in here, and kill the vegetation in here, which was all temporary. Smooth it all back out so it doesn't look weird. Doesn't have to be perfect because we still got to build the Asia Trail on this side, but this is not going to be that. This, like, little divot here is still being weird. The specific path kind of looked a little wrinkly. You see that? There. Like, this will not smooth out properly. For some reason, there's always this pothole. It's very strange.
Asset transportation underway.
If Titanoboa isn't putting in homage of the Smithsonian dock. Yeah, I mean, if Titanoboa was in the game, we definitely use it as a stand-in for some sort of snake. Like, for sure. That'd be too obvious to not do.
Asset delivery confirmed.
Alright, the hogs are good. The zebras are good. Alright, everybody's in and happy. We've got the plants set up in such a way that they don't overshadow our baobab trees. And they're kind of scattered around the fence line. We've got, you know, things like fibrous plants on the waterfront edge, which I always think looks good. There's definitely other options we could do for something that gives it like a more of a swampy vibe. But I think the fibrous works well when you already need it, you know. I do need to get myself a ranger station back in here because I did delete it. So let's put this just like right here. Get our ranger team on this and get status info quick because these guys are going to penalize me. And then struthies, or ostriches rather.
The right scenery can have a profound effect on an animal's well-being. Let's see just how beneficial it can be to these animals.
Okay. 57% is good enough, so I think we're going to let them just move around. They'll probably need more ground leaf. Actually, they've almost got all the ground leaf in view anyway, so they will definitely need more ground leaf. Just sprinkle some around a little bit, maybe a little bit down here in case they head this way. Just use it as a little bit of a fill on the paddock, I guess, you know? It's fine. Alright, I mean, that's not bad. For, like, a small paddock, for nothing, like, crazy elaborate, this is the kind of thing, like, that I think I could see in a zoo, and I think it's pretty decent. I'm pretty happy with this, actually. Oh, hey, you already made it down here. I didn't expect you to see you here. Welcome. There's the baby zebra. Cool. Cool. Okay, Dryosaurus. What are we doing for Dryos? Yep, process that on you. And we got another clutch to grab in the wild there. Another clutch of fossils, I mean. We got to clutch them in our hand as we bring them back to the lab. That's what I mean. And then was that it for this trail? These are our antelope slash whatever else was here. We got the zebras, we got the ostrich, we got the hogs. Yeah, that should be essentially it. Alright. Cool. Oh yes, the excess proto. So, number 2. Okay, so the war is between these two. So definitely we keep this one. Yeah, let's resolve the Protoceratops issue, which is there should be 2. Should be 2 hogs, and we got 3. Nope. There we go. So yeah, these are the 2 ones that were warthogs. They were brown, but I think this one is red enough that we can imagine it's a Red River hog. And that's fine, because, I mean, a Red River hog is not like a red crayon, right? Oh, nice little peek at the proto lookout animation. Cool. But yeah, I figure this is close enough to the red one that I'm happy to accept it as a Red River hog, even though it was intended to be a warthog. 24K isn't that bad. All right, cool. Now, what are we doing for park ratings? 96% transport, 92% welfare, 88% on the shops. So the shops are at capacity,
I've got a task for you, and as a treat, I'm gonna let you decide how to handle it. Thank me later.
As a treat, I'm going to ignore you and move on with my life. All right, okay. So these are doing stuff. Would we be better off doing like... Well, these just kind of all suck. I mean, I guess that's better. Yeah. Because the orange is almost 0. Oh yeah, also guests still can't spawn. We should try to resolve this. Oh, and the trees. The trees are a thing. So, or sorry, there should be trees here. That's a thing I missed. The zoo entry sign actually has these like little trees that come up on either side as well. That should be here in the middle of these little bushes on the middle level. So I got to put those in. I think I'm going to experiment with this and try to figure out how we can make the park entrance work. Because I really would like there to be people in this park. I think we really are losing something, specifically with the vibe of this exact park being like a zoo, that I find extremely disappointing by not having guests. Like, sometimes in the past, I haven't cared that much. Like, we want to see a pile of people marching down the path into the park, and we don't have it. I want it. It's got to work. So, what do we think? What do we think is the problem here? Is it the crosswalk? Is it the road? Let's do this. Let's just save right now. And then just start deleting shit until it works, right? So step 1. Delete this. Delete this.
Attention personnel. The park is now closing.
I don't even know if toggling open and close the park will make it work if it's not already, like, working, you know? Should put some cars on the street? We should put some cars on the street, but I kind of am worried because the park isn't working. So that's really putting a dampener in, like, you know, my plans for expanding this further. Do we think it's the structure itself?
Power will be back soon.
Why is that? What happened? Why did that glitch out? Okay, now it's sort of working. What the fuck? There we go. Okay. They are completely stuck. Is it the sidewalk in front that causes the problem? Is this the issue? They're still, like, stranded. Sir, I would like the door. God damn it. It's really fiddly to edit once the thing is in there. There we go. It's like as soon as we touch it, then it gets kind of stuck. Okay, so wait, it's the road, but also the sidewalk? Okay, so we know it's definitely the road is part of the problem. Wait a second. Is it just the road? Because, well, no, because we didn't fully repair this. Hold on. Okay, bring that back. Kill the road. Now, edit group. Kill the door. Kill the wall. Kill this. Kill this. Okay. Delete this. It's the sidewalk and the road. Okay. Now, what if we... These are like... These are base level things. These aren't even like other structures. These are frickin' foundations. How do these not let people spawn? What about these guys? So these guys... No, they only move along the direction like that. This is annoying. How do I possibly salvage this shit? How do I make this work? Turn off collision? Does that work? Collision mix? Collision off? Oh shit, okay. Good shout, Muto. Good shout. Now the problem is they're clipped into the ground. Now how bad does it look if they walk across the crosswalk? Can they walk across the crosswalk? Do they want to ever walk across the crosswalk? They appear to be completely trapped. Now, what if I do... So these are probably blocking them too, right? Confirm collision off. There we go. Okay, the crosswalk is good. I can see shoes. It's the sidewalks that are the problem. Visually, I mean. Visually, the sidewalks are the problem. We're going to reload all of this, so I'm not worried about the dinosaurs. So these sidewalks... edit the group. So these are also... like foundational pieces. What are these? Wait, these are foundational pieces too. So why are these ones different? Why are these ones raised? Square floor, square mid foundation, because these are floors and not foundations. How do I do this? See, these guys are all... Okay, what if we kill all this? Let's just, yeah, duplicate this guy. I just want to check how I feel about this. I don't need to get this perfect. I just need to get this good enough. This is just better, right? This is just better. Because at least it works. All right, reloading. Let's fix it. Let's fix the entrance. We should include this in the video too. Okay, so after some science, I know what the problem with the entrance is. It's a collisional issue, right? So at the bare minimum, we need to turn the crosswalks and roads to not be collisional, and then maybe just strip out the sidewalk. So let's try it. So first things first, crosswalk completely. Select all the crosswalk, confirm, and collision off. We can leave the collision on. Well, we should just make this consistent, right? Confirm, collision off. Now, if we unpause, yeah, nobody comes in, right? So now we edit this. We go here. We say, nope. Not you either. Not you either. And then we go here. We edit this, and we say, also not this, or this, or this, or this, or this. Or this guy, I guess, whatever. And then we go here. Duplicate this guy. Still not working. Okay, so probably this also needs to be collisionless then. Right, why did that? Collision off. On only. Edit group. What did I... Oh, I think I have to have it selected without the arrival point building proper. Collision off. Why was that fiddly? Why did that not immediately... Did I miss something? Collision off. Collision off. This was working. I swear this was working. Why do you hate me? Is it the... This should be good. Welcome to my life. It was working, but then I reloaded because we took so long experimenting. I didn't want to keep it. And now it's being this piece of shit where I can't select the outer object. There we go. It shouldn't be the door. Collision off. Because the door was still here before. Unless I killed the wall behind it. Oh, I think it's this, maybe. This, like, this piece? Bruh. Why did it work when I wasn't recording? And now it just doesn't work. What the fuck? Because you gotta close and reopen the park sometimes for no earthly reason.
Ask that our guests leave the park.
Okay, these guys are crossing. But is anybody spawning new? Yes. It's working. Oh my god. Okay. Great. So, that's how we fix the entrance, right? Which means every door is going to be slightly elevated. So watch your step. I think fixing that would be... Well, can I just move the door down? I need to not... No, that was the right one. Edit group. Then click U. It's because the building inside here. I realize why this is buggy. It's because the entryway inside, the park arrival area, I put that in separately from the blueprint, right? So there's a building inside of a building. Because the one is gameplay connected to it, whenever I click on the rough area it's associated with, the game likes to send me to the arrival point, because that's probably what it thinks I want to click on. It just happens to be that that's not true. Okay, so I can fix the doors visually. So that's what we do. We just move every door down manually. And then we got to put in new sidewalk, and then we got to move all this shit down. Right, so we got to grab like every planter. Oh god, and individual plants. I'm going to do all this, and then we just got to fix it. I hate this. I have to do this. Why didn't it just work in the first place? Damn. Oh, there's like a... Oh, I see that. That is part of it. Oh, man, it's also really hard to see because it's the same color as the sidewalk. So that's what I'm going to do for the next hour, I guess. Sad. Sad, 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 sad. What do we got going on here? Undiagnosed ailment. Let's get this taken care of. Medical team, get in there. Take care of Junior's little problem. Dryosaurus, check. Okay, I have too much Dryosaurus. Fair. But we are done with it. Okay. I'll have to think about what the next exhibit is. I think I'm perfectly happy to just chill out and accumulate money while I work on the entrance. So I'm not going to bore you by making you watch me replace every fucking piece of sidewalk and fix every chair. But I am going to do it. Because I've come this far. These ones could stay, because we don't have anybody walking on this other side of the street. We can leave these raised sidewalks so it feels better. And we can just change them here. Because then they feel a little bit like, fucking crosswalks under there. I have to delete them all because I don't see visually a way I can aesthetically accept this. Can't even rotate these, like... Okay, fine. Are there smaller ones available? If there are smaller ones, do I even want to use smaller ones? Or do I just want to go with this? I guess we just go with this, honestly. I hate that. Well, that's not permanent anyway. So we can change that later. The slight offset is also very, oh, that's disgusting. Okay, duplicate, split from group. All right, well, we can at least fix the offset, I guess. Ah, but the hedge is right here. Okay, but I could bury it in the hedge. And then we just align it with this? Sure. Oh god, it's pushing the trees away. Why you gotta push the trees away? Fuck. Is there a smaller one? What is this called? This is a... Nope. Edit group. This is a square mid foundation. So we go to scenery, we go to square... We do this? Does this work? Square foundation? Fucking square small foundation, maybe? Oh my god. Why did it type in the middle? Square small. No? Square. Square floor. I wish I could just duplicate this guy and make it small. Square mid. Square edge. Corner. Wait, does it mean mid is in mid? Okay, mid is the middle of the foundation, not mid-sized. Yes. So 4x4. That's what I'm looking for. All right. Okay, perfect. So I probably want to redo the other side to match then. Yeah, that's not pushing the trees back any further than they are. So the hedge is still kind of shaded, shaded there, which is great. Okay, the sidewalk covers the path still, which is great. I can see there's a gap developing. That's concerning. Or has this gap always been here? I guess this gap has always been here. I think I don't give a shit. Maybe. Now, if I do an advance move now, can I slide the whole thing slightly? I can. So if I want to min-max its alignment for this side, I could do that. Okay. No, yeah, that's good. Great. Cool. Great. I should have undone all this, but it's too late, so now I just have to delete it. I guess while we're here deleting shit, we might as well strip down this. Okay, is the back a step too far? I feel like the back is a step too far. Because this doesn't matter. I can leave this raised. I would like you to go inside of the other piece, friend. Yeah, there we go. Auto stacking off. Alright, this corner piece here is a little weird. I'm not going to worry about it. This is fine. Now, if I take this guy and I do a duplicate, oh yeah, baby, that's the shit. Look at that fucking sidewalk. Okay. Perfection. This little hiccup there is because that's the crosswalk piece. So now we want to do edit group. And I want to take this and kill this. Okay. Now the problem here is this alignment is just different for some reason. It's a little awkward. Why did this side end up with a different spacing than that side? Because this one was aligned basically perfectly. Is that side of the road slightly, like, different? Because this road... This looks narrower. Maybe. Hard to say, man. How much am I going to nitpick this shit, you know? It's good enough. I'm not messing with the crosswalk anymore. Signs for education would have been a nice one. Yeah, we definitely should look at some like signage Stuff like that. I'm sure there's like info signs and stuff that people have made too. We should have 2 little trees here, so... I don't know what kind of tree I'm looking for. Honestly, these, like, let's find an example. Let's find an image of the sign. It's interesting because you can actually see the sign in like different kind of vibes. It's kind of like a pine tree, actually. Like, do we have like... No conifer? Pine? Okay. I hate trying to fucking move when the camera's already sent me fucking somewhere weird. Why is this? Alright. Scots pine, no. These ain't bad. These little scraggly fellas, this guy's actually just about right. This guy's a little thicker on the style. This is about right, I think. Why does the global not align? I guess because there's no global for like the simple flat axes, you know? Yeah, should be about like that, I think. Yeah. Okay. Now we're gonna move all this shit down. So this guy already moved. It would have been better to move everything at once. So let's just do it side by side, maybe. Oh, fuck. I didn't confirm. God damn it. Hey, Cryo, are you the only one tonight? Nope, you're not. Sorry to burst your bubble, but you got competition. Alright, let's do it like this. Maybe. And then we do not you. Oh my god. Not you. Not you. Okay. Did it not add? Oh, this is part of this building. Yeah. Confirm? Confirm. Confirm? Did it not take the decorations? The fuck? God damn it. Does that not select the decorations? No, because they're part of the object. So I got to do edit group. And then I got to do this. We grab that. We do this, 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 and this. Confirm. And then we go down here and we do an advance move. And we find the ground level. Okay, it looks like everything is moving with us, which is huge. Did I vote Democrat in 2024? Do you think I didn't? Do you think I voted for Trump? With everything that's been said on this channel, is that actually a question? Is that a real question? Of course I vote blue. Come on now. But I was in Maryland too, so I was in like a place where my vote was not needed. Would have been better if I could have voted in Wisconsin. That would have been a place where my vote would have felt like it mattered more. So maybe should this be like 4 wide? Let's do 3, because this is 3 here and then 2 for the sidewalk. Vote nobody. I'm not a fan of the Dems. I am consistently voting against somebody as opposed to for somebody. I am a habitual vote against person. Because I think both parties fucking suck, but I think one is the literal devil. So that's where I'm at, you know? I think we can move it down a smidge further. Sure. Sure. Great. Yes, fixed. Okay. Next, the front. Same deal. Same deal. Same deal. Not the bin. Give me this. Immigrants built my country. Why does Trump hate immigrants? If he's an immigrant? People have always hated what they are. I mean, the Republican Party is full of people who have overt or repressed homosexual tendencies and then just really hate homosexuals. And it's very telling. Like, it's very clear, you know, they're voting or they're making judgments based on their own repressed tendencies. It's very funny. I mean, it's not funny. It's very sad, but it's funny. You know what I mean? This is not as efficient as the other side. I will say that much. Shiniest of 2 turds voting. Yep, exactly. I mean, I think the 2 turds are both pretty turdy, but it's like one turd is like sitting in a toilet, and the other turd thinks he should control what I'm doing. And so I gotta vote for the turd that's not, like, actively making my life worse. Yeah, everybody's an immigrant except for the people who aren't immigrants. The people who are here first. I mean, technically they're immigrants too, right? Everybody came over the land bridge from Siberia. This door is slightly... Yeah, this door is slightly loading. Not that you could really tell that much. Native Americans lost the land. It's really sad. Yeah, they got fucked over by a lot of shit. And they continue to get fucked over by a lot of shit. Because the government would generally prefer to just ignore them. Wherever they can. Alright, I think I want to, oh, fuck, it's not actually multi... Is it still... no, I'm not a multi-select anymore. Oh my god. When did that stop being a thing I was on? Fuck you, man. God damn it. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay. 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 working. Is this tree separate? It is. This is so fucking tedious, but holy shit. It's, we're almost done. We're almost free. I just know there's gonna be like one thing I misclicked on somewhere. Alright, confirming selection. Advanced move. Come on, baby. Please be everything. Please be no weird outliers. Shit. So none of that moved for some reason. Just this planter, I think, didn't move. Yeah, somehow I did miss the planter, even though I swore I clicked on it like 3 times. Cool. I suppose the foundations can't be sunk in, right? So actually, we could probably include the foundations and it wouldn't actually be a problem. Am I anti-American now? No, because the people in charge of this country, as far as I'm concerned, aren't actually Americans. Why would I be against my own people when I think the people who are responsible for the bad things are traitors to the nation? Right? Do we think it would look better if there was this strip of rock, or should it be a strip of concrete, baby? You fucking hate my people who want to annex everything? That's fair, man. I ain't even gonna argue against that. Hate away. Have all your haterade. That's fine. Totally justified. I noticed this is slightly misaligned. I hate that when you switch the movement types, it doesn't reset to the original position. That shit is aggravating.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Alright, that looks pretty good. I mean, this isn't even going to stay, so I don't know why I'm putting all the effort into, like, positioning this. Maybe I do keep it here, honestly. But, like, it looks good. Like, the fence does kind of look good next to it, but, like, it does look also out of place. I don't know. Why does the generator look so fucking big? Because it is pretty big. It is a pretty big generator. Like, it just is true. Okay, I mean, I think we're in business. This ain't perfect, but it ain't bad. And people can actually walk on it, which is huge. Like, that's the big thing. It's walkable. There's people in my dinosaur park. Look at them go! They can make it through here perfectly fine, too. I didn't have to change any of this shit. Which is great, because I do like the vibe of this. Although I would like you to... They're all going through that way. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. This is the entrance, and this is the exit. Nobody wants to leave. They're like, this place slaps. I'm going to stay here forever. Research cryptosporidiosis. Yes. 5, 2, and 2, because I upped the cost. Which is, in fact, a thing I did do. 57 seconds on this. Do I think karma will happen? No, I don't believe in karma, fortunately. Alright, alright. They're walking in. They're walking down the path. They're going to the viewing gallery, maybe? Cool. I'm so happy there's people in my fucking park. Finally. Look at it work! Also, how much better would it be if these had like if they had like sliding doors that would actually like open for people and then close behind them, as opposed to them just facing through these doors? I really feel like the doors are super goddamn lackluster. Like, it shouldn't be complicated to have these doors be animated, right? Is it just me? All right. Cool. All right. Let's look at the cheetah situation here in the park. Also, we need to name one of the Struthiomimuses Linda before I forget. Number 1. You're number 1, which means you were the first one, which means you're Linda, because you were here in 2022. All right. Cheetah. Animal not currently on exhibit. I saw it, so you're lying to me. It's not formally on exhibit, but you can literally see the cheetahs. Maybe the rapture already happened and nobody noticed. Yeah, that would be not shocking to me. If the rapture happened and none of the Christians were actually raptured, I would not be surprised. No offense to you if you're a Christian in chat, but like, I guess there's no way to not take offense at that. The way I said it, it just kind of is purely negative. Well, anyway. Why are we getting beat by us every time in the sport and getting called 51 states? It's people just like to wind people up. Everybody's a fucking asshole. That's all you got to remember. People are meaner than they think, and they're not as funny as they think. And so they think they're being clever by repeating the same tired crap everybody repeats. And it's dumb. Should we call the male Darwin Jr.? We could have a reference to Darwin. You believe in dinosaur god? It makes sense, right? The dinosaurs existed for, 100 million years, more than 100 million years. To whatever. I forget exactly, because it would be like 250 would be like, it's like 180 million years, the dinosaur timeline, something like that. So, we've barely been around. They were around for a long goddamn time. Clearly, they were favored. They were the favored ones. This was a joke I would always make too, is that I don't believe in God because that would mean that God had killed dinosaurs, and I don't believe that would happen. I don't want to believe in a God that would kill off the dinosaurs. All right, how many cheetahs are in this park? If there's one cheetah, we can maybe do something. Adult females are solitary, while adult males are not. Interesting. Fascinating. A litter of 4 cheetah cubs born at Front Royal Campus, Smithsonian's National Zoo and Conservation Biology Institute in 2025. Okay, we got babies. Interesting. So we might want a litter of cheetah pups. The dinosaurs got raptured? Kinda. They got like reverse raptured. Instead of being ascended into the sky, they were smashed into the ground. Implies that the birds did something unspeakable. Have you interacted with a bird? Birds are crazy. Those fuckers are feral. I had chickens. You don't trust the chicken. You don't turn your back on a fucking chicken. They'll shank you. They're crazy. So yeah, there's a litter of 4 cheetah pups apparently. Born to a 5-year-old adult female Ambala. Now, who is the daddy? Embala and Flash. Flash is a pretty on-the-nose name for a cheetah. That's pretty on the nose. Cheetahs are balls of anxiety. True. Accurate. Read your message. Maybe we will be extinct. Maybe. Was God jealous of dinosaurs? Maybe. Maybe. It could be. If he was like a beardy old man, like some people believe. He like showed up. He's like, what the fuck are all these reptiles doing here? What's with all these dinosaurs? We gotta clear all this shit out. We gotta make more of me. Do I think our ancestors are smarter than us? No. I think largely human intelligence hasn't significantly increased or decreased. It's probably increased a little bit from just like dietary stuff, right? Like, you can damage the development of your brain through like malnutrition and shit, right? So if on average, the average like child grows up in a healthier environment, then the intelligence of the species is probably better overall for that generation. But like, not hugely. I think the most of the advancement of humankind is just built on the backs of previous advancement. It's not like genuine progress is incremental, right? What should be the cheetahs? Herrerasaurus? Yeah, so I was originally debating between like leopards and cheetahs for Herrera. But I think all the leopards are cloud leopards, which are smaller, right? So cheetah's probably the better one. Yeah, because the clouded leopards are all they have for leopards. These are like little guys, 50 pounds. Females are significantly smaller, 25 to 35 pounds. And how much does a cheetah weigh compared to that? Yeah, cheetahs are 75 to 140 pounds, up to 60 kilos. So the cheetahs are substantially bigger than the leopards. So yeah, Herrera for cheetah does make sense. So yeah, I think we'll put the cheetahs in. So the question then becomes, where? Where do I find space for the cheetahs? Especially if I'm going to have babies. Also, like, how many cheetahs do we think are in this zoo? Troodons for clouded leopards, they're spotted. Okay, I'll write that down. Where are we? Let's just add it here to the bottom of the list. Oh, there we go. Cheetah, Herrera, Trude for clouded leopard. Cheetah, like 2x the size. Okay. Cheetahs have their first checkup. Yeah, cheetahs are pretty small, but the clouded leopards are even smaller. So, I'd still like to know if if the cub, the father of these cheetahs, is still present. They have 4 female cubs. Well, this will be fun to have this many babies running around for one of the exhibits. Okay, well, there's some like pictures and stuff here too, which is good for like reference. Oh man, when we make the babies, they're gonna have randomized goddamn skins. I'm gonna have to make so many fucking babies just to filter out the ones that have the appropriate skins. Because I want specifically the yellow with black spots. Herrera. That's gonna be so annoying. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. 2020? So there were more cheetahs born in 2020. First time Mother Echo gave birth to 4 cubs in 2020. So that's a different female. How many cheetahs are in this zoo? How many cheetahs are in the zoo? Let's ask the internet. Cheetah cub cam FAQs. Oh, perfect. Who is the father? Okay. How many cheetahs live at the Smithsonian Zoo? Not counting the cub. 25 cheetahs? Wait, what? But some of these are at the SCBI, so some of these are at the Institute, not the zoo. Man. 25 cheetahs is too many cheetahs. I can't do 25 Herrerasaurus. I think we just do like a male, a female, and the cubs. I like the cubs. I like the idea of having the cubs. Even though it's going to be a pain in the ass to get 4 of them. I think we ignore the gender of the cubs. We just get 4 with the right skin and we just call it a day. Because I ain't gonna deal with it. Also, there's no sexual dimorphism visually between the juveniles, right? So it doesn't matter really visually. Alright, well, do we think we could fit 2 Herrerasauruses here? I'm not optimistic for this spot. We could try cutting this down. We could change this. We could push this back more. And then make this more of a corner pen here, maybe? Yeah, no, I'm not surprised there were like off exhibit areas where they were breeding some animals. I was just surprised it was 25. But given that there were, a previous reference to another group of cubs from 2020, like, I probably shouldn't be surprised it was that many. Yeah, the 2 batches of cubs did have different mothers, but we don't know that those mothers would be on display, right? We don't know how many cheetahs would actually be out and about in the zoo proper versus how many are in like the breeding institute or whatever. So I think just picking the most recent batch, because we know the male and the female, and we, can put both of them in with the proper name. I think that's the way to do it. So maybe we test this spot. Maybe we can make this work. Specifically, this is in range of the hotel completely. And I can always push this back. We can like slightly redesign this. This doesn't need to be here. So we could like push this path back over here and expand it more too. We got to finish Dragosaurus, which maybe is done. No. Okay, I don't remember what the last thing I said on video was. It's been a minute. We were researching what to do about the cheetah. So, the park here has a variety of big cats. It's got tigers, it's got lions, but it's also got cheetahs in the Africa Trail and clouded leopards in the Asia Trail, which will be over here. Now, clouded leopards weigh about half as much as a cheetah. And the animal I was thinking of for the leopard / the cheetah, without making the distinction of which one is which, is Herrera, because there's a nice yellow and black spotted pattern. Given that the cheetahs are heavier, we'll use the Herrera for the cheetah, and we'll use a smaller animal for the clouded leopards when we get around to them. There are 25 cheetahs in the Smithsonian as a greater unit, not necessarily at the exhibit. There's also a recent a recent litter of 4 cubs. So what I'm thinking is, since we don't know which cheetahs would be on a display, and which ones would be basically in the breeding program in the back, at a separate location even. I'm going to do the male and female pair that I have the names for that had the recent litter of cubs. So we're going to do 2 adults and 4 juveniles eventually. Well, that'll take a little bit of effort, right? I could even consider getting like compatibility to make sure I get a viable breeding pair, but we can also just use sandbox to turn off. So like make breeding guaranteed, which given the nature of this park, I wouldn't even feel that cheaty about. We're going to try and put the exhibit in here, which I think is highly questionable. But we can expand back out this way as need be, or even move some stuff around here as need be. So I think we'll try to make it work. Big question. Big questions. I also did get all of this. I guess that's what I was doing, right? I was going to rescale this stuff. So yeah, this is what we got here fixed up for the sidewalk. I mean, it's perfectly flat. It doesn't have that raised sidewalk vibe anymore, but it's much more important that it works as an actual sidewalk without the people, you know, on their knees buried in concrete. Yeah, I mean, that's just more important to me, right? All right, well, let's get medical treating our crypto
We have a
bros.
sick animal that requires immediate care.
No
If
shit.
this happened in the wild, it could be in
I'm
real
on it,
trouble.
man.
Here,
Chill.
Here we can help.
All right, let's get this started. So, if we are cramming this pen in here, maybe. That is surprisingly easy to put in. I actually didn't expect that to work with the fence as well, or with the path corners as well as it did there. That's very surprising. Alright, I mean, that's definitely got to be too small, but how small? That's the question. Right, so we're going to start with this just to figure out, to get a bearing on how much more space we are going to actually need. I made a lot of voice lines you will hardly ever hear. Kind of feels like a wasted effort, huh? Why is my car stuck? Okay, they're fine. Okay, we got to talk about the deer. So, there's addaxes. There's Sitatungas. And there's oryx. And damogazelles, apparently. And lesser kudu. That's a lot. This game isn't exactly Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, nor should it be, right? I'd rather the money was spent on other things than hiring more voice actors. So if we have 5 different deer adjacent animals here, should we just do like one of each, maybe? That's kind of what I'm inclined to do. I'm just going to look at the Wikipedia entries, I think. Go from there. I think that's how we do it. All right. 5, we're putting in 5 drysaurs. 1 for every different species of antelope adjacent animal that's in the park. These could probably all be female. What does the male even look like? I mean, it's like the same guy. He's just the same guy. So, firstly, we have kind of just a white guy. This is an Adax. He's got like a brown head. Can we... Is there any way, like, what if we have a pattern that is fairly light? Yeah, like this. Then it's a red head. But that's still kind of... Oh, here's a problem. If I want one of every variety, then I have to synth 5 times. Males are unlocked at 3 stars. So what if we do blank for this? So this would be the Adax. And then we have the Sitatunga. And that guy's just kind of brown, right? Like a light brown. Like this guy. This could be our Sitatunga. Right? And then we got a Oryx. He's kind of just white too, though. So we could have 2 Quillians as Oryx and the other guy. Right? And then we do... That next one is like brown and white. So this one really should be like a pattern. Okay, so we can throw in the pattern, maybe. The Calcarana. The red doesn't really match the vibe, but this guy's kind of reddish-brown anyway. Sure. That, that to me feels like a Dama Gazelle. Sure. Okay, and the last one is the Kudu. The Kudu is pretty dope. He's like a ash gray color with like thin white stripes and then like some really wacky horns. So we definitely gotta give him some rep. So let's go blank. Let's go Calco. Then we got Solar and we got Quillian. And then we need to figure out this like more ashen gray guy. So let's do this as a blank. Maybe this one? Yeah, I think that one's good. So we do a Svalbard, right? Do we do... I guess it's just the same pattern, right? Because it should be like white on like gray. Okay. And then as we get the ones I'm looking for, I guess we remove the other ones. Sure. Fine. So 1 gray and then each other combination. I guess. That's what I'm thinking. And then you get rested, and let's get Herrerasaurus to finish up the Africa Trail. First carnivore of the park, my beloved 9 logistics. He do be like that, though. Don't move when I click on you, man. All right. I mean, that's a lot of money. We're a zoo, though, you know? This is ethically bad for a zoo to, like, sell an animal to a private person, like, legally. We can't take this. It's just not allowed. It's not appropriate. Okay, I didn't randomize. I ended on Svalbard Calcarana, apparently. So, R.I.P. me. Fuck. Alright. Well, we got one at least. God damn it. do we really even need the money? Not really. Even though we're on like 90% income tax, we're like fine, which is sad. I kind of want to do 100% income tax and figure out if the park is still profitable. Like we're not scaled up enough yet, right? We're not at max income tax probably, so it's not really fair to judge that so harshly. But I do kind of feel like
Rest assured that the well-being
how does this shit make any sense? I refuse to sell a private owner a dinosaur egg, and now people are protesting me over it. How dare I not sell that animal to, like, fucking Elon Musk or something so he can have his own dinosaur? I'm just a fucking asshole. How dare I keep those billionaires from having their exotic pets? Alright, this is set up correctly now. Let's get these. Like, I feel like like the sabotage system is essentially a holdover from like the first game, right? Where it's like you're getting sabotaged because you're not taking care of your faction rep, right? But at this point, like that's not a thing that exists. It would be much more interesting if the type of sabotage was connected to what sort of thing you did cause the sabotage meter to go up, right? So rather than it being a guest protest, if it was somebody hacked my gates, right, and opened my gates to punish me for not selling the egg, that would make sense. That would be appropriate. This is just like, what are we doing? All right, Mr. Dryosaurus. Sorry, Miss Dryosaurus. You are... What did I say this one was? This was the lesser kudu. Oh, that's a male in the picture. Well, whatever. It's fine. This is the kudu. We know what it is. We know why it is. Okay, and it's already happy. I assume everybody's still good here, right? Like your protos are good? Yeah. Also, should look into if there's any other bovids in this pen. I don't think there are. Or any bovids, period. Any, like, wildebeest. I don't think there were any. Solar, Quillian. Okay, so we got 3 out of 4. So now we need Quillian blank. To, like, finish up the roster, basically. Quillian blank. Quillian blank. Quillian blank. Quillian blank. Next, all right, we'll get the guy back and then we can do the Herreras. Oh, can we do path? Yes, we should do path. Actually, and medium amenities, because we did hit 1.5 or whatever it was. Are these small? These are small. They're not at capacity either. Okay. We could always switch those out for mediums, maybe. I think we leave the smalls there. We put some food down here at the bottom of the hill. There was like a bunch of food, I think. We're gonna get a little bit of research out of the way. So I don't remember if I set medium amenity to be 1 star or 1.5 or something, but we do have access to it, so we're gonna do that. But then we have access to wide path as well. Maybe I left these... Yeah, no, these are star rating. So I think it was 1 and 3 is what I set these to. 0, 1, 3 for the progression. And then these, I think I just turned up the numbers on the thoroughfare and stuff. I think this used to be 600, and I made this 1,000. And then this one was, like, less dramatic. Like, I almost doubled this one, but I think this one was, like, plus 100 people or something. That does, I think, just feel better. Yeah, sure. You will do those. I'm very happy with this exhibit, though. I think this is pretty cool. Like, I like the way the waterfall is kind of behind the rock ledge. It still looks a little weird, but feels at least a little bit better.
At this rate, you might finally unseat me as Employee of the Month. I mean, I choose who gets it, so you won't. But you still did a great job.
Alright, so for the last Dryo, we can just take... How is this no traits? These are... These should be max humble. Let's release these. Blocked by dinosaur. Alright, fine. Fuck you too. Humble docile, humble small app. And that one's small app anyway. Great. You. Can I have my dinosaurs, please? Okay, there we go. Alright, so Dryo 2. Humble. 3, humble. 4, humble. And this guy had everything. Thank you. Pay compensation. Yes. Explain it. Explain it. Explain it. Explain it. Explain it, though. How do we get one that wasn't humble when it's 100%? This... It's not like there were too many other genes. Somehow we generated a non-humble, no-gene Dryosaurus. He had no pants of any kind. What is that about? How does that even work? How is this possible? Well, it wouldn't be a new park build without discovering a new bug, right? I suppose that's our bug for this park build. Other than the fact that it took literally like 6 hours for me to figure out how to make guests in the park. Other than that bug. All right, let's name these guys. Dryosaurus number 2 is a brown one. We said this was probably... Okay, who's the most generic brown one? That is you. This is the Sidatunga. Sidatunga. Drow number 3. This is the brown one with the white. So this, let's close this Sidatunga. This is the Dama Gazelle. We'll just call this one Dama. Jeffrey Dama. It's a little Wisconsin humor for you. Oops. Kudu, Sidatunga, Dama, Dryo 4. This is the white, but with the brown head. So this one... This is the Adax. But then the new one is the Oryx.
Is as much about our guests as it is the dinosaurs. Okay, maybe not as much, but we still need to build this place with them in mind.
Got a storm coming in. Okay, wide paths now. Is this gonna fuck everything up? No, seems fine. No visual problems that I can see. Was just a little worried that it might end up with some weird overlap stuff. Now this is where we got to be more careful. Because this shit was invisible. But this is all underneath. Right, because that does have that. The rock is weird. So let's do the sand. Ah! Fucking Oryx jump scare. I accidentally tabbed to my browser and there's just a fucking deer. Okay, are we good? I think so. Should do a stream where I do my Wisconsin accent throughout the whole thing. Yeah, I can't, I don't know. I don't know if I could force it, you know? I'm not sure. Like, definitely there's plenty of times where I would have denied I had an accent at all. But I've come to understand that that's not true. There is a bit of Wisconsin. Oh my god, he's smoking! Alright, this one I said was the Oryx. Alright. Oryx, Adix, Dama, Sitatunga, and Kudu. There we go. There we go. Might want the Herrera social as well. Good point. Yeah, we might want to crank the Herrera a little bit more. Because we probably want to min-max that a lot more. Alright, well, we got all the deer named. Kudu, Sitatunga, Dama, Adix, and Oryx. Those are the 5 varieties, apparently, of antelope-adjacent animals that are in this area. So, and everybody's happy, everybody's chill, everything is good and well and right with the world. Now, we will go find Herrerasaur and bring that in. We did upgrade the paths now to the 2nd tier. We kept these ones as sand paths. You can actually see them creeping through here off the edge of the sidewalk. But if you've ever looked at the edge of a sidewalk, it also looks like shit anyways. That's perfect. That's just accurate to a city sidewalk. So yeah. And then we'll have to figure out how this exhibit works. So we're going to do social. I think we do want to crank them. So we do social to make sure we are minimizing that as much as we possibly can, which is relevant for the babies too. That's a 12 though, because that is up there. 3, 3, and 4. 9, 10, 11, 12. Can I do 4 on this? Wrong thing. Can I do 4 on this? 5. This game is so generous. Should we... I don't know if we can bring back the 3 scientist science limit. Should we? Try? I don't know if I can. Well, whatever. You have an idea for the big cat exhibit? The big cat exhibit, like, is known.
Any good manager has to know how to delegate, and I'm one good manager. Observe. I'm handing this task to you.
Here, hold on. This is the cheetah page. Let me find this. Oh god. Oh no. Let's see if we can find a picture of their actual exhibit. An update on the African lion Shira. Oh, is this the The geriatric lion. Okay. She didn't die or nothing, though. Can we find a good picture of the full... Yeah. Okay, here. This. Oh, clicking a link is... Ah, it's a video! Ah! I didn't realize it was a video! Okay, we're good. I thought I was going to bring up a picture, which is also just risky to do on a stream. But, this is what the big cat area looks like. So it's surrounded by concrete, like this raised area where people see into the cat pen. And then there's like this moat around it, and then these like multiple tiers with like these interior areas, right? So this is what we're building. It's the same for the lions and the tigers. They're on opposite sides of the island. And then there's like this raised concrete ridge in the middle that separates the two halves. So that's what we're building. That is exactly it. Boom. All right, let's close that before it autoplays shit that I'm not prepared for. Also interesting that there's a billion lions in that one. There's only supposed to be 3. There's cubs in this one. How old is this video? Hold on. Shh, don't autoplay. This is 11 years ago. Okay. So this was probably cubs they had, and then they got rid of the cubs. That would make sense. 3 tigers and 3 lions, I think, is what they got. 2 kinds of lion, or 2 kinds of tiger, rather. Yeah, 3 and 3. 3 and 3 is currently apparently correct, going by the Smithsonian website. Columbus Zoo has a crash plane in the lion habitat? Yeah, that would be a lot. I'm not... The big cat exhibit is one of the ones I'm looking forward to building. Because, like, if it works out, it should be really neat and unique. It's that, and then it's Lemur Island. Those are the 2 I'm really looking forward to building. This turned out to be more interesting than I was originally thinking, too. Because I originally kind of didn't have a plan for this. I'm really happy with what we did here. The Asia Trail is probably going to be really annoying to build because this is like a really windy area that's got like tons of elevation changes. I don't know how in the world we're even going to build the Asia Trail. Cryolophosaurus as lions, Irritator as tigers. We're doing Irritator as the American alligator. There's 1 American alligator in the zoo. Irritator is the smallest spinosaurid. It's a perfect fit. We're doing Cryolophosaurus for the lion. You were thinking exactly the same as I was. And then I was thinking Ceratosaurus for tiger because it's got a decent tiger stripe skin. It doesn't quite have the cat vibe, but aesthetically it matches the colors pretty good. So that's the plan. I needed everybody for this, right? No. So I need everybody except for Daisley, who doesn't do anything. Metri literally has tiger stripes. It does, but it doesn't have black tiger stripes. The Metris only have, like, colored stripes. So the Metriacanthosaurus, despite the pattern looking like a tiger, the color never looks like a tiger. Unfortunately. Otherwise, Metri was the first animal I looked at. Like, Metri was the obvious choice. But it just didn't work for me. Have we ever used a concavenator in a challenge park in this game? I do not know. It's a good question. We definitely used it in campaign because I remember it. But yeah, I don't know if we found a good place for it to fit here. Cool, it's breaking my fence that has nobody living in it. That's decoy fence. Decoy fence doing the work. Mr. Maintenance, please go get this one first. This one, I meant. Well, this storm is kicking my ass a little bit. All right, calm down. I like that I can't see my injury because all my animals are angry because there was a fence break. Concussed. All right, fair enough. That is the Oryx. Yeah, conch was something I do want to use. Like, I like conch. It was on my short list for standing in for various predators. But I don't know if we're going to find something that quite fits him. We should think about it. Like, I do kind of want... Like, I mentioned it at the start of this video, that I want, like, a rule of thumb for, like, approaching this sort of park build. Like, what animals stand in for what dinosaurs. Or vice versa, which dinosaurs stand in for which animals. And so thinking about what animal is most like a concavenator is an interesting thought exercise. I guess it could be a camel. But camels are Tyrannosaurus. Like, we just don't have it yet, right? Alright, let's maybe hold off on processing these until after we do the social research. Just get this out of the way when we have the full team on deck. Perfect. I think the worst of the storm is maybe past. Maybe? If only Megalosaurus made it, we could make that straight up a tiger. Did it have a good tiger pattern? I legitimately don't remember, because I don't know the last time I actually used Megalosaurus. It's, I genuinely forgot what he looks like. I don't know why. Alright, we're good. Croc or cougar? Yeah, like, concavenator could work as, like, even like a bear. Because, like, aren't concavenators supposed to be piscivorous? Or speculated to be piscivorous? Am I wrong on that? Like, they're not in the game, but that's the game. But yeah, it could be another big cat, like, I don't know, cougar. Some sort of panther or something like that.
Has now passed. Please resume your normal activity.
Yeah, bears are interesting because it is kind of weird to, like, pick what a bear is. Lived in a wetland environment? Okay. Yeah, that's probably why I was thinking fish, vaguely. Like coastal environment or whatever. Alright, everything is done. We'll get this running on one guy. Rare is actually done. I have 9. We could do compatibility. No, we can't, because it's locked behind male dino synthesis, which is 3 stars. Just kidding. Giganoraptor is a bear stand-in. It's not bad. Yeah. Let me look at my notes. Oh yeah, so this park has smaller bears. There's like Andean bears and sloth bears in this park. And since they were smaller bears, not like, you know, grizzly bears and shit, I was thinking Oshiraptor and Pyroraptor. Specifically because they're like, you know, swimmers, right? Which feels right for a bear. And then, yeah, Irritator standing in for like an alligator. Baryonyx or Suko for like a grizzly bear maybe works. I don't know. It feels like I think I just kind of end up breaking up bears by vibes as opposed to like Spinosaurids are bears, right? If it's a small bear, it doesn't feel right to be a Spinosaurid. Yeah, there's Bobcats, which I have flagged as Procerado / Guanlong / Moros, question mark, question mark, question mark. Many question marks. We'll have to think about that one. Oh yeah, and I wanted to make sure there were no bovids. So where is my... I closed my Wikipedia article. Well, I think we're only going to get one episode in the can, given that it's 11. I'm not shocked. Zebra addicts, ostrich, zebra, maned wolves. We're not going to do the maned wolves. We're definitely ignoring those. The hogs, the hornbills. Yeah, so there is no... There are no, like, wildebeest or anything like that on the Africa Trail. Claws and Paws Pathway. There's North American porcupine in this zoo. That's where the bobcats are as well. I have to think about if I'm going to have, like, porcupine, because that would probably be Psittacosaurus. But I have a plan for Psittacosaurus for the lemur exhibit, because I want 2 small herbivores. Honestly, no. No, I was going to say Lystrosaurus could work, but no. There's no way to, like, if we have porcupines, they have to be one of the quilled animals. It'd be insane not to do that. I'll probably just not do the porcupine. It's not very exciting. It's a small animal anyway. There's a bison exhibit. So we'll do the bison exhibit. 2 female bison. The bison complex is not active. But we can still put it back in and have 2 bison, Lucy and Galley. Oh, those are the Andean bears. Okay. Yeah. There are wallabies, too. The wallabies, I miss the wallabies because they're just not part of a proper exhibit. Maned wolf pea smells like weed and gets zoos raided constantly. That's crazy. What are those wolves doing? What are they eating? Oh, see you later, Mutasaurus. I don't know if I already said that, but I'm saying it now. Alright, that should be it. Yeah, 10%. Alright. Oh, this is probably out of view of maintenance, huh? Yep. I think we'll try to do the Herrera exhibit this episode, even though it's at 42 minutes.
I'm asking for your help on this one, not on behalf of the conservation sector.
For Lisa Herrera.
This is a personal favor.
Yeah, you got it. Okay, so Herrera's humble social save and exit. Nope, I need to set up the skin correctly. Now, we want 4 babies, and that is going to be a pain in my ass, because these are not going to be consistent. So, do we think Pilo is more cheetah, or do we think Calcarana is more cheetah? Because I'm a little divided. This is more spotty, because this is like the filled-in bits, but it is slightly blue. This is rather more blue. See, this one should definitely be this, I think, for the male. If I do them differently, that's maybe making things more confusing for getting the right juveniles. I mean, that's still very spotted. It's just because these bits in the middle are filled in here, and on the thigh. I think I'm just going to keep it consistent between the two. Amazon Calco. I think that's, do any of them have white on them? What do you mean, like base? Paler yellow, the better. I mean, do we want to go like Death Valley instead of Amazon? Baby cheetahs are striped. Well, we can't do anything about the babies. Because, like, it's not like we can make the babies ourselves. And it's not like the babies have different, like, pattern shit, right? So the babies are just going to be what they are. As long as they're, like, yellow. Right? I think I like Amazon, personally. Even if it's less accurate, because it's more distinctive, right? I think I'm okay with going with a slightly cartoonified version of what a cheetah looks like to make it more distinctively feel like a cheetah, right? And just to mix up color variety in the park a little bit. So I think I prefer Amazon. I think we'll go with this. Oh, what the... Did I not? I didn't assign the scientist. I clicked the button and I just, like, exited. Yeah. Huh.
This needs some work.
Oh, that was probably a delayed event from the rest, right? I bet you.
Just needs some tools.
Incubation personnel.
We got to do one of these again. Research off temporarily. All right, we're gonna skip the skittish and just take these two. Doesn't really matter which one's which. Oh, we should get a thumbnail right now. Because the lighting is nice. Well, I guess I can do whatever, but... We should put guests in view to show that, hey, guests show up in the park now. How exciting. This guy's looking at nothing. I would like a dinosaur to actually be present, though. That'd be nice, you know? How unfortunate. Probably leave the nest in the enclosures, put one on contraceptives. Yeah, potentially. I mean, I might want to just get rid of the nest because, like, aesthetically, they're underwhelming a lot of the time. I mean, unless they're, like, you know, very memey like the ones we had in the shitpost park. I think do I want to do something back here with, like, a wider view, or do I want to do... Maybe I want to do like this, just to get a nice vista shot. I think we're just going to do this. I think we're just, like, every park has dinosaurs. At this point, the thing that sells a park like this is actually the aesthetics, unfortunately. Like, the dinosaurs are the most underwhelming part of the dinosaur game. That's not entirely true. I'm just being... deliberately facetious, but they certainly didn't gain anything, unlike the decorations. Can you see the Mayas up top there? Kinda. I could zoom it in. We could go like, we could go zoomed in more. Let's do something like this. I kind of like the bigger overview of the whole exhibit. I don't think this adds that much. I'm not going to do that. I don't need a second screenshot.
Power will be back soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Herrerasaurus to the park.
Knowing that you're helping to ensure the survival of such majestic animals should be reward enough. But you do also have my appreciation.
Okay, so we are at... This is just one. Let's get the other one down.
Transporting asset. Asset transportation complete.
Let's get the capture team already sedating these guys. So about half? Looks like they're at about roughly half in terms of area. And then you add on top of that like 4 cubs. Like maybe going back this way will work, but maybe not. This area might just in general be too small to make this work. Like I was definitely, you know, pretty sure I was going to have to push it back further, but I'm just not too sure that I can make it work with the cubs. I mean, the cubs would have less environmental needs, so maybe it's fine if I like push it all the way back to here or something. We'll try it. So we do something like this. So this is supposed to be, yeah, so we do like this, and then like, I don't know, like this. Hate it. I'm just going to throw this over here out of the way for now. What is a tiny animal that could go in there? Nothing. Cheetahs are bust. Looks like we'll need multiple power generators. Seems fine. All right, there's the expanded exhibit, I guess. Oh no! We have a slight problem. We better let these people out of here before we feed them to a cheetah. All right, go, you morons! Get out of there! Go, shoo! Don't hurry up or nothing. Take your sweet time. Now, we also should try to get a gate in here. Maybe. Sooner rather than later. Okay, I mean, I actually can put a gate here. Which feels unsafe, you know? It feels like a bad place for gates. This might work when the Herreras are out of there. Maybe I should have moved them one at a time so that the territory didn't like full reset. They are right to scream.
Transportation in progress.
Oh, I thought there was another person in there still, but it's a goat.
Confirming asset delivery.
Okay, I mean, they got everything they need. Medium nest. It is blocked by what? Space or some bullshit? Territory too small. Fuck you. Sandbox settings. Gameplay. Research on. Dinosaurs. Breeding. Always succeed. Apply. Okay. Do I need to even do a plan, or will they just do it? Let's do a save here. And then we reset if we get a bad clutch, maybe. Where it, like, doesn't work. And what were their names? These guys had names. They were... Ambala and Flash. Like that? No, 1L. We'll work on improving this exhibit, but I'll have to think about what I want to do with it. Okay, do we reload for 4 eggs? Like, we probably don't get, like, the ones we want specifically here anyway. I should put in a second nest, too, maybe. Let's just get some hatchlings out and then worry about it.
We're both busy people, so let me be direct. I have a task I'd like completing, and I think you're the one for the job.
Also, gotta think about how we, like, embellish this exhibit. Like, how do we make the cheetah exhibit more interesting? There's some, like, logs and stuff. I'll have to think about it, maybe. Maybe I can leave. Should be open brushland. Yeah, it should be pretty open. But still. Yeah, some fallen logs would be good. Do we just, like, have a default, like, log? We have signs. We got stumps. There's a log. What is this one called? Broken. Okay, there's like a variety of broken ones in here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Herrerasaurus.
You can do that. That's fun. Alright, Herrerasaurus 3. Death Valley Calcarana. That don't look like no goddamn cheetah baby to me. Amazon Calco. Amazon Pilo. So I guess that is the right look, technically. Do they? Okay, like... Do pattern colors actually do anything on babies? Asking the serious question. This is Pilo. This is Calco. And this is Death Valley Calco. Like, is it... Does the pattern ever actually change? It's hard to tell because the base color does. Where's the other baby? I lost track of the other one. That's just a goat. That's just a goat. He's probably in a bush somewhere. Oh, there he is. We'll look for the gift shop in a moment, maybe. I mean, I guess it's good enough. It is what it is, right? So do I keep this one that's a little different? It's maybe fine. The other thing is the genes we need to check. Humble social, skittish. Humble social, strong. Humble social, strong. Why does it show blue for rainforest on these? Why is the skin, like, color preview different? Right? Pattern Calcarana shows red. I mean, like, it is red. But why is this blue? There's like no blue, it's just yellow. Is it just bugged? Amazon. One of these is different. This one's Death Valley. No, because this one's like correct. This is brown. Both on the adults and on the juvenile. It's just Amazon that's wrong and shows as blue here for some reason. Not that it matters, it's just weird. I'm trying to click on the damn nest. There we go. Nest refresh time, 4 minutes. All right. Yeah, did we check the gift shop? I honestly don't remember. Why does this so many buttons? Why does it take so many buttons to get to somebody? Pillow Gardens gift shop? Oh yeah, you linked this on like the Discord or whatever, right? Or did I look at this? I remember seeing this. I just don't remember if I saw it in game or if I looked at it somewhere else. It's a good vibe. I don't know if the like it almost looks like log like aesthetic, right? I don't know if there's any buildings like that in this park. We'll install it, of course, just to have it at least. Also, notice this. Animal show stage. It could be interesting. I need like I should put like some shelters and shit in. Stuff like that. I was gonna look for a bucket. Because there was a thing about ice, like putting food in ice. Okay, buckets of fish. Fish on a stick. Sure. You said the screenshots on Discord. Okay. No problem. It's good to check it out in game too. Then we nuke a world. There's a park. Somebody made a nuke a world park. Crazy. So I'm thinking like those like ice animal enrichment things. Pterosaur fruit feeder. Fun. Yeah. Forgot what it was called already. Ice cube with vegetables and fruit. There we go. Why is it in the sky? Bro. What is the other piece of this? The fuck? Where the fuck is it, dude? What? There it is. Come on, you can do it. Oh god. It's not its own, it's not even like a proper full blueprint. What is over, so there was another piece of it over here. I'm never going to find out what that was. Awkward. I don't know. It's too far off of like actually looking like ice. I don't think I'm gonna use it. I like the attempt for sure. And then if I delete that, I can delete whatever the other piece was that ended up somewhere mysterious. All right. There was like some other like enrichment things. What kind of enrichment item would like a cheetah have? So these are still pretty good in terms of space. I never did get a gate in here though. So I think the thing to do might be to cut down the size of the exhibit slightly. Like that. If I can get it when they're not so close. Oh, I probably need a meat feeder for the babies too, right? Yeah, they have meat because of the kills, but they won't always have meat. Little meat right next to the bathroom. Meat feeders, scratching posts, boxes, and barrels. Coelophysis enrichment stuff. Oh, like ramps and shit? What about this? Create small climbing frame, scratching post, Herrerasaurus climbing stuff. Very interesting. That's big. Let's grab this. Let's take a look at this. That looks really promising. Smilodon prop animal. Alright, we're gonna delete this guy. Try and get this enclosure cut down here. Oh, he's coming back now. Can you go away? Should work from outside the exhibit just fine. Alright, then yeah, let's look at this. So they have way more water than they actually need. Oops, I overdid it. God damn it. Okay. Cover, we could delete a little bit of tree. Let's get rid of that big tree. And we do have to have the, we'll have one more juvenile, so we don't want to do too much here. Let's check out that decorative thing we just got. It was Coelophysis, so maybe it'll be a little on the small side. That doesn't even feel that small. Those are all the juveniles there, though. That, honestly, feels pretty okay sized for me. Like, to me, I mean. Okay, parts of this are not part of the same thing. We can make it bigger, but it doesn't connect correctly if we do that. Damn. Explodes. Okay, but that is supposed to be like a rope piece almost. Move it back a little bit. Like that. Sure. Why are their tails always, like, wacky when you pause? When you, like, pause and you're not looking at them, and then you pan over to them, they're always doing this shit. Like, what is this about? Do we think they're okay? They're a little bent. A little bent out of shape, you know? Just a smidge. Like, what the fuck? It's definitely something to do with them being, like, off screen. Well, anyway, this exhibit here does have some babies in it now. And we got this nice little Coelophysis enrichment thing I downloaded off the shop for a little bit of animal enrichment. Also threw in a few logs in some other areas because there were, like, some logs. Like, you can find pictures of the babies crawling on logs, so it made sense to me to throw those in. And yeah, we cut it down a little bit to get this wormtail disease. Yeah, that sounds about right. Threw in a little bit, or cut off a little bit to throw in this gate. Those are the words I'm trying to say. We do need one more baby. And the ones we do have, I'm not thrilled with, because they all kind of got red spots. Which ain't quite right. Oh. Why did they go, oh? But, like, it's not bad. It's acceptable. So, this one has got a different base color. We might get rid of this one when we get a second batch. If we don't, it's not so far off color-wise that, like, I won't accept it. But we'll consider getting rid of it. And yeah, I don't know if I said before, but I named these Flash and Ambala, who are the two that had the litter in the zoo itself, like, relatively recently. And yeah, the other cheetahs are not going to be here, so this is just going to have to do. Because that's all I'm going to put in. And then I think we leave it here for this episode. Until next time, I suppose. Maybe we do a little bit more decorating this, but I got to think about if we put anything else in here. I mean, this is kind of what it should be in a sense, right? We could try to, like, what if we do this? Like, how much can we actually do with the terrain? Not really much of anything. I mean, I could do that, but that's going to just, yeah, cover that up. Well, we can have some very slight hills, I guess. We can put in a slightly bigger hill to make it a little more uneven once we get this nest out of here. Do you reckon we possibly make a regression tree that is just like the JPOG dig sites when all the animals return? What do you mean by that exactly? Are you saying, like, unlock a dig site and you get every animal from that dig site? Because that is part of what I was thinking of doing, but the problem is that you have animals that are spread across multiple dig sites, so it doesn't quite work. I really wish we could make it work exactly like JPOG, essentially, where like you would have you'd unlock a dig site node for like a specific dig site, and then you get access to every fossil at that dig site immediately. And then I would like to go a step beyond that and have it so like you couldn't get full genome data. You might have to go to multiple dig sites. But the game doesn't work that way on a programming level, so that is all a pipe dream as far as I can tell. All right. Well, that was a long day of like not achieving as much as I might have hoped. It's going to be a long park build, but you know what? That's probably fine. That's okay. Yeah, I lumped Kentro, Aloe, and Brockie together in one node. Yeah, I mean, we could do that. If you mean like we could probably also change them to be like one dig site or something. That's a little more complicated, but I can do that. I just haven't wanted to mess with the dig sites directly. I also just don't know if how much I care. Like, once it starts to become really inconvenient to complete a mod, I'm just not sure how much effort I'm willing to put into it anymore, you know? If the mods got more attention, I'd be more inclined to work on them more, but none of my JWE like functionality mods have ever really taken off that much. This hill's a little artificial, but it's not bad. It's an okay hill. I did kind of bury my log. All right. Well, anyway, I think we'll leave it here. I don't think I'm going to bother breeding the other ones tonight. It's almost midnight. Tomorrow we are doing a Pokemon thing at noon, which will be, we're playing the new hardest Pokemon game, and there's like a $200 prize if we can beat like the second gym in 4 hours. And I don't think we will, but we're going to try. Because it should be interesting. So, early bonus stream tomorrow. But yeah. I'll catch you all later. See you, Rugops. See you, Primal.